imbued with the task of bringing, thank you very much, of giving us a candidate that would fit this bill. They brought us 5 people here with a huge academic pedigree with each individual. And I was telling my wife, I said, God, I've been on 7 searches and I've never seen so many qualified people in my life, which tells me one thing. There's a light that's shown from above, I think, that's blessed Grambling. And I really believe this because the people here knew what they were getting into. We know we were faced with the state budget, and every one of them didn't shy away. They didn't abscond away secretly, and they stayed. They just hung in with us. So every one of them realized that they had to take the challenge, and that's what's so great about the process that we ask you to trust. So today, as a board, we have to make that decision, and we just have a great selection to make the right fit for Grambling, and I am proud to say that I'm very, very, very proud to be part of this process. Thank you very much.
Okay. Are there other comments from the board? Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that the Grambling State University Presidential Search Committee accept the 2 names of Dr. Willie Larkin as finalist, as well as Dr. Rochon to be interviewed by the full board.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Erica, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Ms. Maggie Brakefield?
Yes.
Mr. Edward Crawford?
Yes.
Dr. Kelly Faircloth?
Yes.
Mr. David Guidry?
Yes.
Mr. Gerald Hebert?
Yes.
Mr. Jimmy Martin?
Yes.
Mr. Sean Murphy?
Yes.
Dr. Herbert Simmons?
Yes.
It is unanimous.
Thank you very much. I just want to remind, before we adjourn, or remind the audience of what comes next. And so at this point, both of the finalists will be preparing to interview before the full board. This committee has done an outstanding job. Everyone on this committee started with an open mind. They looked at every single one of the candidates, and they looked not only at the credentials of the candidates, but all of the things that Grambling needed and what is the best fit. I've never worked with a finer search committee than here. The thoughtfulness, the in-depth questions that have happened at every phase. I'm just so thankful for a group of committed people on this panel here who have done such a great job. I mean, I just am speechless at the work that has gone on and how grateful I am for it. So at 11 o'clock, the full board will convene, and we'll hear interviews from both of the finalists, Dr. Rochon and Dr. Larkin. They will come in, as has been true of the other interviews. They will spend time here interviewing with the full board. We will go into executive session with each candidate separately to cover any other personnel issues or questions that are related. And then at that point, the full board will determine who the next president of Grambling will be. The full board will come back and discuss this in open session, take a vote on the president of Grambling State University, and then at that moment, the new president will be invited to come in and speak to this group after that. So it should all be completed hopefully before 12:30 or 1. I mean, that's how it's going to play out. We also appreciate all the participation that we've had from members of the audience. And so do I have a motion and a second to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
We're adjourned. All in favor? Say aye. I forgot that part. Thank you.
Nobody was going to say a word. Nobody was going to say parliamentary.
That's right. You got to keep me honest.
Good job and do it well. That's about all I know how to do. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I don't think I was wondering what all this was about.
Yeah. Wait. He said he's on his way, I think.
He told me last night he was coming.
the budget transfer they did, the budget transfer is the 600. It's the 600.
Yeah, that's why. All right. Okay, you're welcome.
How are you doing?
Hi, I'm Maggie Brady.
Yeah, Robert Shrew. How are you doing? See, I saw you on film, by the way.
Taylor.
Hey, Carl.
That's okay.
How are you? Series of images. What have you done to yourself? No, that was skiing, wasn't it? Okay, well, I don't ski, so what else? What were you doing?
Well, I guess I had and it read the public market. I just reached above my head.
Well, we'll see. The odds of the card is good.
Yes. And we're not skiing.
We're not skiing now. There could be
There, I might need to come up with some topics.
I can't answer.
You guys can get the help.
Yeah, remember the fast week to get
We'll remember you that way.
Yes,
But,
yes.
let me thank you in advance.
Bathing room
We'll let the
and a
mayor
great
catch you.
Yes. I said, say we got this down.
I mean, Adam's the great person that followed us after. Did you get your meeting today?
No, I should have got. I said, I know, I was worried. I got some pressure. They were just saying that it's gonna be at,
I've heard that. Look, you have to raise taxes the same time. Well, no, you don't, but if you don't ever do anything.
I know, I had something at 1:30, I asked somebody like, fill in if I can't make it. But we're gonna make it.
Okay, we're gonna,
Well, I feel like I'm in at the board meeting. Last year, we redesigned I'll add
give you a quick then she'll say that. Right? Procedures and everything. And documents needs to be in place for the testimony cards. She knows that first.
I got it back now. It'll take me 5 minutes.
Okay, Gretchen, where is it? Tell her, I hope to talk to her before the meeting. So you know what, you understand what I'm talking about?
How you doing, Robert Murray?
I don't either. Probably, I gotta tell y'all.
Thank you, Carl.
Facilitate, yeah, early in the meeting, there's the public comment portion, so I think they're gonna pass out the card back there and then. Thank you.
So they've been.
Board members, everybody ready? Call, tell me ready to start. I'm ready. Ready to go? No, I had a great time.
That's all.
Yeah.
She was asking me about where they place this. I said, we don't know. Here's a hot there. Does that make team point?
Is this me right here?
Yeah.
Let me write it in.
Leader behind the scenes.
How are you doing? It's getting better. It's I'm not. Oh, good evening.
Who's the first one?
Yeah, I actually had my
Come on.
surgery scheduled last week to get all the medical called me and said, hey, we need you to come. So I pushed it off. That's kind of
Yes.
where I'm at now. Is I can only get so
So,
much better because they could.
when?
Let me ask you something.
So I'm going to like this week.
Wait. Where's the first one?
Now we begin our first meeting.
Dr. Larkin.
And then you basically talk about.
Dr. Larkin was invited, right? Not Dr. Rusho.
Yes, right. That's right.
And then here, Dr. Rusho.
Right.
Dr. Rusho.
I'm glad we did. We would have been short.
Dr. Larkin.
And then I'll have questions and everybody's
Now, Dr. Go ahead, I'm listening. Man, you gave me a lot of work to do today. Dr.
No problem.
This is repeated, isn't it? Yeah. I should do that. I'm not supposed to do this. Just say we need a motion, Mr. Chairman, we need a motion. Yeah, Robin. But this, okay. I thought that I got you. Run the meeting, sir. Thank you. Run it. I'm good. Yeah, I got off the hook. What are you talking about?
I got you. We got you. No more filling the place. All you have to do is when we appointed Dr. Rice, I wasn't part of the
I'm going to turn the gift shop. We need a prompt, we need a run John, you ready to start?
Hey, oh, no. I'm getting ready to, it's actually ETA, 2 minutes. It's at 30ish. At 30ish, I'm going, I'm at 10:29.5, so I think I'm at 30ish.
Back up again.
Oh, no, we're good.
Good morning. I now call to order today's special meeting of the Board of Supervisors for the University of Louisiana System. As a courtesy, please turn off your cell phones and other electronic devices, and if you want to make a comment, you go over the table and you can fill out a card. Erica, will you please now call the roll?
Miss Maggie Brakefield,
Here.
Mr. John Condos,
Here.
Mr. Edward Crawford,
Here.
Miss Pamela Egan, Dr. Kelly Faircloth,
Good morning.
Mr. David Guidry,
Here. Now call to order
Mr.
today's
Gerald
special meeting
Hebert,
of the Board of
Here.
Supervisors for the University
Mr.
of
John
Louisiana System.
LaTorre,
As a courtesy, please turn off your
Mr.
cell
Jimmy
phones
Long,
and other electronic
Mr.
devices.
Jimmy Martin,
Here.
Mr. Sean Murphy,
Here.
Mr. Mark Romero, Mr. Carl Shetler, Mr. Robert Shreve, Miss Maggie Brakefield, Mr. Winford Seville, Mr. John Condos, Mr. Gary Solomon, Mr. Edward Crawford. We have a quorum. Miss Pamela
Thank you,
Egan,
Erica. Our first item of business
Dr.
is
Kelly
to receive a
Faircloth.
report from the Grambling State
Mr.
University
David Guidry,
Presidential Search Committee,
Mr.
given
Gerald
by
Hebert,
our chair, you all
Mr.
Assistant
John
President Sandra
LaTorre,
Woodley. Dr. Woodley, if you please.
Mr. Jimmy Long.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Jimmy
We're
Martin,
excited to have all of you here for this momentous occasion. We're happy with the week where we had the opportunity to interview 5 excellent candidates for the president of Grambling University. It was a very difficult choice, and that's how we like all of our choices to be when we're looking for president, so we're really happy with the interviews. Today, our job as the board is to select one candidate from the 2 finalists that were submitted from the search committee. As you know, over the past several days, we've interviewed 5 candidates: Dr. Wayne Brumfield, Dr. Gilbert Rashawn, Dr. Thomas Calhoun, Dr. Willie Larkin, and also Dr. Glenda Carter. After much deliberation, the search committee unanimously agreed that the 2 top finalists to interview today would be Dr. Willie Larkin and Dr. Gilbert Rashawn. So in a moment, we're about to hear from both of those candidates. I would like to say a special thank you to the committee. As I mentioned earlier, for those of you who are not here, it was a fantastic committee. These are hardworking, committed people who love Grambling, who spent a lot of time and many, many hours looking deeply at the credentials of all the candidates, listening to the input from all of you and beyond, to come up with the unanimous input that these are the 2 best candidates for Grambling at this time. And I think narrowing it down to 2 was very difficult, because these are 2 very accomplished leaders who could really help Grambling, and we're excited to hear from them in a moment. I would also like to say a thank you to the Grambling staff here. If you were in this room and you're part of the Grambling staff that spent so many hours preparing for and pulling off the logistics of these meetings, I'd like for you to stand. You're not standing. There you go. Thank you so much for the hospitality and the generosity and the excellent work that you all did for this committee and for this board and for your university this week. I also want to recognize my staff. Most of them probably out of the room working, but my staff, stand up. As I say, we're small but a fierce group, so thank you very much for what you've done. The committee would not have been successful without the hard work of our constituent members. Dr. Melissa Bickham. See, I've given her an honorary doctorate too. Melissa Bickham, stand up. Our fearless alumni leader, who has spent many hours, not in the last week, but over the last probably 2 years or a year and a half, working diligently to navigate getting input from all corners of the earth on this search. And we thank you very much, Melissa, for your work. Howard Davis, where's Howard? All right, thank you very much. An invaluable member of the search committee. Thank you for your work. Wilbert Ellis, he's not here because he's globetrotting right now, but he was the soul of the group, I have to tell you. He was definitely the soul of the group, and we are so thankful for his input. So in absentia, Mildred Gallo. Dr. Gallo here. Also the soul of the group, and we thank her very much for her hard work, as always, on these committees. The president of the faculty senate, Dr. Simmons, I want to say thank you to you. And last, but of course not least, our proud president of SGA, Jonathan Wallace. Where's Jonathan? You know, it's you have a lot to be proud of at Grambling, but there's nothing more to be proud of than the students. I mean, the students are excellent here. Very thoughtful, very committed. Grambling's legacy is going to be in good order. And so now let's get to the part of Grambling's legacy that will be its next leader. What we're going to do, let me give you an overview of the procedures today. What we're about to do is interview both of the finalists. At this time, we're going to interview first, though, any final public comment from any of you related to the search or the process or the two finalists that we're about to interview. And so if you would like to provide a brief comment to the board, please make sure that you fill out a comment card if you haven't already. And at this time, and we're going to have to limit the comments to 1.5 minutes to make sure that we have enough time to get as many of the comments in as possible. It would be helpful if the comments become duplicative, that we just allow the themes to go through so we can get to those interviews, which is our main goal. So, Carla, do we have any comments at this time? Okay. Are they speaking, or is it just a comment card?
I will call them forward and they will speak.
Okay. So we'll wait a few minutes on that. While we're waiting on the comment cards, are there any comments from members of the board at this point? Any thoughts?
I have one question for the audience, and for the record, media, being taped, what have you. Who's going to win the Bayou Classic this year?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'd like to know where Grambling got that radio announcer. My wife and I were driving back from Troy. The Cajuns had played Troy. We picked up the game, and I would like to. I said I was driving back from Troy when Grambling played Southern for the last game, and that announcer is just superb. He's the best I've ever seen. The Grambling has, and I tell you, I went off the road several times cheering for Grambling. Seriously. And, you know, we didn't quite make it, but I'm really impressed with what the athletic department that Coach Fobbs has done here. So, you know, I go back a long way with Grambling Knights. I remember Roger Tick Williams, whom I hadn't talked to in 50 years, and I called him in Atlanta, and he was from Jeanerette, and he played for Grambling, and his pictures on the board with all the great athletes that played in the NFL, and kind of proud to know that Roger Tick was from my hometown, and after 50 years, we had a conversation. So I'm kind of there's a place in my heart for Grambling. I just want you to know that.
If there are cards, please hand them to one of the individuals walking around. Joey in the back, and young woman here taking cards. Kim, thank you. I'm sorry. You were not facing me. I couldn't tell. If you will pick up any cards that are finished, and we can begin. If your card is finished, please hold it up. What I need is your name, who you represent, and then I will call you to the mic to make your comment.
Yeah, if we can just get started with somebody who's ready, then the rest can continue to fill it out. There you go.
Dr. Mac Hamaya, would you come to the mic and make your comment? You will have 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very kindly. I mentioned that to the earlier group. We are praying and hope that the board will select the one that you don't want, the one Graham in need very, very bad at that critical time. We need somebody who can lead the university to implement its own mission, which is to get a student who are willing to go to higher education, but they need transition in the first year and so on, that might not be accepted to any other university. We have also some brilliant students can do it in their own, but the majority need the support and the help of somebody to mentor them with love and tender and care, but at the same time mean business. I don't sacrifice quality whatsoever. Therefore, we need the board support for somebody who is willing to serve that kind of population, but you need money. But in order to money, you need somebody who have a network all over the country, to be able to reach it through the network and be able to support financially the university. With that kind that we look for excellence, not mediocre, but there's many obstacles facing us, like for example, remediation, for example, out-of-state tuition, for example, all these coming and to hinder our progress. We have faculty dedicated to do that. We have students willing to go through the process, but we need your support and your help financially and otherwise. And I thank you very much for Congress to take that hard work to select that individual.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to remind the audience that these are comments only, not questions for the board. So with that said, Kathy Conwright, GSU alumni, Dallas chapter, please come forward. You have 1.5 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. I represent the Graham Alumni Chapter in Dallas, and I would just like to impress upon the board that it is time that Graham has a president that knows what it's like to be a university president. We want someone who can come in and do what's best for Graham. Please give them the autonomy to do what's best for Graham based on collaborative work efforts with the students and faculty. Because we must remember that we're not here on a daily basis like these people are. These people take class here, they work here, and they need to have their president have the autonomy to do what's best for Graham based on what they know from being here on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Doris Williams-Smith in the College of Education. You have 90 seconds.
My name is Dr. Doris Williams-Smith. I'm a professor in the Department of Curriculum and Instruction. This is my first time working full-time in education. I've worked at the University of New Orleans, University of Houston, and I've worked at research institutions. I want to express my appreciation that the faculty have had an opportunity to interact with each of the candidates. I also want to express the concern for having a president who will support faculty in their research agendas, because that's very, very crucial for the success of the institution, that research is supported. And I want to thank you for the involvement of faculty in this process.
Thank you. student, Yvonne St. Luke. Please come to the microphone. You have a minute and a half.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Yvonne St. Luke. I represent the students and the international students as well. I am rather impressed with the manner in which the students handle. It truly shows the prestige and legacy of Grambling still reigns, and I'm excited and ready for it. Thank you.
Thank you. David Hodges from Faculty Senate. If you have a comment, you have a minute and a half. I want to remind you this is not a question session. So, David?
I think that the two that have been chosen, both have some great strengths. There are also some concerns and some red flags, as frankly was the case in my mind with all five. All have strengths, all have issues. Look carefully at the issues.
Thank you. Dr. Liberty, that concludes the public comments.
Okay, Chairman Abear, I think at this time we can go into executive session if you so desire.
Mr. Martin moves. Mr. Shelley seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye. So be it.
Oh,
What you got?
we got an interview. We forgot about the interview.
I call this meeting to order.
Come on.
Oh, man.
I'm blaming her.
Okay, well,
this
we
isn't
forgot
the first
that one
time-
little part.
This isn't the first time we've interrupted ourselves. I want you to know. I had a long night on a jogging track, I'm going to tell you.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, we need a little laughter in this process. Okay, now, of course, we would like to hear from the candidates, and at this time, we'd like to have Dr. Larkin come and interview with the group. Dr. Larkin? That's pretty good. Thank you very much. And as Dr. Larkin comes down, we want to really definitely thank him for agreeing to interview for this position. We've had a great time getting to know Dr. Larkin this week. And at this point, they're going to pin his... Welcome.
Good morning.
Dr. Larkin, thank you for your interest in Grambling State University. And at this time, if you'll make some opening comments, we'll open it up for questions.
Well, good morning to everybody back here. I appreciate the opportunity to come in.
Get closer to the mic, Don.
Is it turned on?
This is not.
It's supposed to be on. No, it's supposed to be on here. Let's let them, hold on. I think it may not be turned on.
Test, 1, 2, 3.
Battery?
Can you hear it?
Test, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, I think that's getting better.
Test, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2,
I think I go with mine. Can't hear it, Doc.
Test, 1, 2, 3.
Give him your mic. This one. Just give him the whole mic.
Just give them all.
Right, thank you. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Test, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, we can hear it.
Well, thank you. Let me go back and correct something. I started off by saying thanks to the people behind me, but let me say thanks to these people up here first, and to all of the people in the audience. I really appreciate the opportunity to interview. Willie David Larkin grew up in the South on a sharecropper's farm, educated at Tuskegee University, have worked at 5 universities over 41 years, and have had a successful experience. I've been a chief of staff for the same person for the last 9 years, know all of the inner workings of higher education, have had some very, very significant and unique experiences, and I've been successful in all of those things. And it led me to apply for this position here at Grambling State. I think it's fortuitous that I graduated from Tuskegee University with 2 degrees And Charles P. Campbell came from Tuskegee University to found this university here. I'm sorry, Adams. Yes.
It's just a little nerves here.
Charles.
Get past the nerves.
But at any rate, I'm delighted to be here, and hopefully as the interview goes along, I'll get all of these answers correct.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
And now let's open it up to board members. Maggie, maybe we'll start with the student member. Any questions that you may have?
Well, thank you so much for your time over the last few days. And my question for you is, we've talked a lot about engagement and student, retention and recruitment. And, we've talked about how we would go about doing that. What are your plans for executing retention and recruitment here at Greenville?
Well, one of the things, I think students are extremely important. That's why we are here at the university. And the first thing I think you have to do is to take care of the students that's already in school here, because when they have positive experiences, I think the word starts to get around. And then, of course, I think that you have to have a great product. You have to have what we call a value proposition that we're marketing, that we're selling. And you've got to get that out front, and you've got to get that down where students and their parents can look at it. I also think building relationship with high school counselors is going to be important. And we've got, as the president of the university, I would want to put myself in a position where I'm out throughout Louisiana communicating the great value of the university here and to get an opportunity to showcase what we have. And so I think it's being aggressive, it's being intentional, it's basically having a strategy and a plan and then basically working that plan. But I think you just have to be out there and be active and try to get as much publicity about the school as possible.
Thank you very much. And we failed to introduce the board members to you, so what they'll do is introduce themselves to you as they ask a question. How about Kelly Faircloth? Do you have a question, Kelly?
I do. Hi.
Good morning.
I'm Kelly Faircloth. I'm from Pineville, Louisiana, board member. Can't hear you? I'm Kelly Faircloth. Yeah, Kelly Faircloth from Pineville, Louisiana. I'm a UL board member. Can you just highlight some of your leadership positions, both at your university or in your community, that would prepare you for being president of Grambling University?
Although it's a long time ago, in 1974, when I had my first job at the University of Georgia, I started off as a county extension agent working with 4-H and youth development. I make mention of that because it was in a very rural county in southeast Georgia. It gave me an opportunity to deal with young people who basically had not had a lot of exposure to big city things. And so I was able to go into that community where they had a small enrollment of 4-H kids, and I was able to, through my aggressiveness, my personality, my ability to sell, get them to enroll in the 4-H program, to teach them leadership and communications and team building skills and problem solving skills. And so that was on a basically a low level in terms of the county, had that success. And then I moved to The Ohio State University, where I won the Graduate Student Leadership Award while I was working on a PhD there. I earned a PhD degree when I was 29 years old at Ohio State. Went to Auburn University and served for 25 years there. I was the first African American selected as the chair of the Faculty Senate and 1,100 member faculty at Auburn University. I led that group. I also served on the athletic committee for 4 years, so I understand intercollegiate athletics. I played college baseball while I was at Tuskegee University, and I served on the board of trustees at Auburn University as a faculty advisor. I went to Wisconsin, where I was the chief of staff for a chancellor for 4 years. I was also chief records officer while I was there. And in all of those positions, there are leadership components, there are planning components, there are communications components, all of those kinds of things that a leader has to participate in. Then for the last 5 years, I've been at Morgan State University as the chief of staff to Dr. David Wilson, who is an outstanding leader of an HBCU. But not only that, He's led at Rutgers. He's led at Auburn University as a vice president. And so in these capacities, I've seen every aspect of higher education. I've been involved in many of the highest decisions at those universities. And so I know how to lead. I know how to follow. I know how to be collaborative. I know how to partner. I just basically, through my temperament, my leadership skill, and the knowledge that I have, I know how to move organizations and initiatives forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John Condos?
John Condos, Lake Charles, Louisiana. Thank you, Doctor. As you know, Grambling needs a president that's going to hit the ground running. If you were selected as the new president, what would you do in the first 100 days?
Well, I tell you, I think part of the success of the new president coming in is going to be able to put together an executive leadership team that's going to be able to help them move the agenda forward. So the first thing I would want to do is I'd want to make contact with different people in the state. And I certainly would want to speak with the senior leadership team to find out what their skill sets are, what their understanding of the needs of the university, and I'd want to let them know what I plan to do. And then I'd want to tell them that I think that us having a shared vision, not me having been at 5 universities coming and overlaying what I know on Grambling State, because it may not fit. I've got to find out what really works here. So I want to get that leadership team on board. The other thing I would do within the first few days is I would take that senior leadership team and we would take a tour of the university with pen and paper in hand, and we would look at the good, the bad, and the ugly of the university. We would take notes. We would come back and we would sequester in a room and we'll start talking about those things. What needs to be done? Where's the low-hanging fruit? What are the intermediate things we need to do, and what are the long-term things we need to do? And then we would commit that we are going to turn this university around and we are going to return to greatness in every aspect. I know that we are a great athletic school. People love athletics here, but academics are important as well. And the key to this whole thing is to balance those things out. I think at the university there's a lot of, and I don't know this for sure, but I'm guessing that there may be some splinter groups where everybody loves the university, but they want to get to the solutions in different directions. My job as the president is to galvanize all of the stakeholders so that they get on board and they do their individual parts, and we contribute collectively to the betterment of the university. The other thing I think is communications. We have a lot of people who either mistrust administration or they don't know what's going on. And so the best way and the quickest way to get people to get on board is to let them know what's happening. Let them know what the needs are. And then go to them and appeal to them contributing to improving the university and keeping everybody abreast of the accomplishments that we're making. And we've got to, I think we have to rebuild the brand. We have to market. And so I'm big on communications, and so that we'll be transparent, we'll be open, and people will know what we're doing.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Ed Crawford, do you have a question?
Yes. Is that working?
Let's see. Test, 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
It's not.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Work? Is it working?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
None of them are working.
Now, I hope this is not an omen.
We would like to know what you're going to do in your first 30 days to fix the PA system in this auditorium.
Is this one on?
No,
Nope. Hello?
Let's go ahead anyway.
Yeah,
You have a
speak
big
loud.
loud voice, we'll
I
just
do.
keep going. All right.
We have a professional that really takes pride in his job.
Okay, he looks like he can.
We can still move forward, and
Yeah.
I'll speak about it.
Finance is obviously a big deal of all universities in this state in particular. You're coming from a place that's more robustly funded, obviously. You don't have to, there's no secret that the state is having issues, and we're all hearing about that every day. What steps would you take to try, both internally and externally, to try and reestablish the sound financial footing of the university?
You know, I know this is premature to talk about it, but when I read this morning that the state legislature here in Louisiana, both the Senate as well as the House, had approved resolutions to allow Grambling to be designated as a land-grant institution, I mean, I overjoyed because out of the 5 universities that I've worked at, 4 of those universities are land-grant universities. So I understand it. My first job was with the Cooperative Extension Service, and my second job was with the Cooperative Extension Service, and my third job was with the Cooperative Extension System in Alabama for 25 years. So I understand that process and how valuable that is. That would be a great, if it gets approved in Congress, the U.S. Congress, that would be a great infusion of funds, as well as it would open up an opportunity for us to compete for grants in other areas as well. So that's one thing, but that's just a drop in the bucket. We've got to look at other ways to have a robust resource acquisition process. I'll give you a quick example. I don't know whether this would work or not, but I remember listening to Mark Zuckerberg. He said that he wanted to read a book a week over the next year, and he wanted to explore diversity and improve his understanding and skills in that area. And so when I heard that, I was thinking about Morgan State University should invite him to come to Morgan to understand diversity in a very broad and comprehensive way. He's got a whole lot of money. I think that he's interested in investing in HBCUs, and so now that I'm going to be coming to Grambling, I would think that I would think that the same thing would apply. Also, I thought about Elon Musk, who started PayPal and SpaceX, and he also did the Tesla car. I mean, he came from South Africa to get away from apartheid, and so he believes in diversity. He believes in investing in things that can offer a return on investment. And so why not offer him an honorary doctorate degree from Grambling State University? And usually when you give an honorary doctorate degree, shortly after that, money starts to flow from that person that you confer that degree on. And so what I'm saying is that we've got to think big. We can always come back to the micro, but initially the macro, to see who can we get to buy into what Grambling is all about. LeBron James, for example, he never went to college, so he has no college affinity, but he loves sports, and he's a great athlete, and he has lots of money, and he's invested in a lot of things, especially in the Cleveland, Ohio area. Why couldn't I go and visit with him to sell him on investing in this university? The alumni, great alumni, lots of commitment to the university, but I'll be honest with you, the alumni has got to step up, and they've got to have a greater investment in the university. And he's a great athlete, and he has lots of money, and he's invested in a lot of things, especially in the Cleveland, Ohio area. Why couldn't I go? I'll convince them that we need them. I'll show them how their money is being spent so that they build the confidence in the university again. And then I will lead by example. I can't tell you exactly how much money I would be willing to commit to the university, but part of a president's first act is to make a statement about the commitment they would make to the university in terms of setting up a foundation and a donation.
Thank you very much.
Very good.
The other thing I would say, I'm sorry, but I think what I would say to the Grambling family is that, look, every one of you is a recruiter. You don't have to go out and actually recruit, but you need to give us leads as to what young people or their parents want their kids to come to this university, and then we'll do the work after that. And then everybody is a fundraiser, not specifically hired for that job, but everybody at the university has to be conscious of the fact that we all have to pitch in, and we have to make this happen in a very positive way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm just going to open it up, and if one of the board members wants to ask a question, Chairman Abier.
Welcome, Doc.
Yes, sir. Thank
I
you.
like your energy, Mr. Dynamite. You're a very highly qualified individual with a pedigree, like my Cajun friend, Mr. Bode, would say, that long.
Yes, sir.
Well, I have a question. No doubt you're up to the challenge because you wouldn't be here. What's your second reason for being here? I know you're here for the challenge. You've been a number 2 man for a long time. You deserve a number 1 position. You have all the criteria. You have the pedigree, the education, and the anecdotal life's experience. I know that you've thought about the challenge. We know what we're faced with.
Yes.
All of our universities are. What's your second big reason for being here?
Well, let's just say that growing up, coming from an agricultural, rural background, being the oldest of 8 children, born to uneducated parents, and getting an opportunity to leave that sharecropper farm and go to college and to get a college education, most people would say, coming from that experience, that background, you really aren't supposed to be where you are. You are not supposed to have accomplished what you've accomplished. And so when I think about my personal experience, I know that there are lots of young people who would like an opportunity and a chance to be successful. And so I've seen people come from those kinds of backgrounds and rise to the highest level of accomplishment. So based on my experience and the opportunities that I've had, I would love to provide that opportunity for more young people. I think that I'm a great leader. I think that I have great influence on people. And so I would like to come to Grambling and get an opportunity to demonstrate that my kind of leadership works, my inspiration works, my enthusiasm, my motivation, and I think that I can lead by example. And I think that's going to be extremely important. The other thing is that a president has to be very good at evaluating talent. And so the president, him or herself, can do a lot of things, but they can't do all things. You can't micromanage and you can't be every place at the university. So you've got to expect people who are working with you and for you to basically do their jobs and get good results. And so I think that I am in a position where I know how to do that, and I'm successful at encouraging people. I don't get mad and angry and show it externally. I may have it inside, but I don't scream, and I talk fast sometimes because I'm passionate, but I don't scream and yell, and I don't hurt people's feelings and all of those things. I know how to build teams. And so that's what I want to do, is to get an opportunity to come here and to do that. Yes, sir. Thank you.
David Guidry.
Dr. Larkin?
Yes, sir.
I'm David Guidry out of New Orleans, Louisiana. Look, you've had a chance to visit with the faculty, staff, alumni, business people about this position during your campus interviews. After thinking about those discussions, what do you consider the key issues facing the university or facing the president? And how would you approach these issues?
I think each of the constituency groups that I visited with yesterday had specific kinds of concern. And as I look at those groups, I think the faculty had everybody had serious concerns, but the faculty were a little bit more vocal and vehement about some of the conditions that they find themselves in. And so, you know, when you work in an environment where you haven't gotten a raise in a long time, and you get confused, or not confused, but you think that monies are being sent somewhere else or used somewhere else that should be dedicated to faculty salaries, it upsets you. You have some issues with that. The faculty that I talk with, it seems that one of the things that they are concerned about is really not knowing things, not knowing where the money is being spent or how much money we have. And I understand that information is readily available in the library, but maybe it needs to be taken out of the library, stay in the library, but something needs to be put, as I said yesterday, down where the hay down where the cows can get to it. And we may need to make this information known so that people feel that we're open and we're transparent, we're not hiding anything. You know, if you don't have the money, you don't have the money. But I think that maybe the message that we're communicating is something that we're falling short on. But I think that, you know, having a resource acquisition plan and a strategy is number one. It has to be initially getting students here at the university, that would solve a lot of our problems. But we're going to constantly have to go after dollars, and we'll have to use a lot of resources, not a lot of resources, but a lot of ways to go about that, as I've explained earlier. But I think listening to a lot of different needs, but the faculty seemingly had the most problems as I went through the interview process, and so we'll have to address those things once we get here. During an interview, I will say to everybody, it is very difficult to make promises and commitments because you're not on the ground, you haven't had a chance to evaluate or assess the data, the metrics, the information. And so I would be disingenuous if I overpromised and got here and wasn't able to live up to those. I think that would hurt my presidency much more than being honest and say, look, I understand the problem. I'm willing to work on it. I'm willing to help resolve it. But I need you to sit down and talk with me and help me work through and come up with some viable solutions to these issues that we are working with.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the board? Robert Shreve.
Robert Shreve, Baton Rouge. Given your background, experience in all the different universities where you've obtained that, and understanding, as you've stated, one of your first roles would be gathering the staff together to assess the assets here at Grambling. Outside of those that exist already, are there any that you have in your mind right now from your past experiences, et cetera, this kind of go out there and you got about that could be exploratory of content, nature, in different fields, taking nothing away from assessing your local venues that already exist, but are there two or three or whatever, or one that you may have that, man, if I get in this role here, I'd like to really bring something in here of certain specificity from an exploratory standpoint?
There are a couple of comments I'd like to make. One is at Morgan State, we have an initiative called the Morgan Innovation Day, where every year in March, we basically go down to the state capitol and we showcase the research and some of the successful things we've had at the university with faculty and with students. And that has been a very positive because we've done that for the last 3 years. And every year that we've done that, because the legislature comes through and they talk to our professors and they speak to our students, I think that the amount of dollars that have come into Morgan State University has increased. The other thing is we have something called the Morgan Community Mile. And basically, there are a lot of things at Morgan State, but if we just keep them at Morgan State, we're doing ourselves a disservice. And so what we have to do is take it out, and we've used that Morgan Community Mile as one of those things. Now, and something else I'll say is that I was a Kellogg Fellow at one time. And during that time, I did a research study entitled Valuing Differences and Managing Diversity in the Workplace. And so I was able to set up appointments with 19 Fortune 500 companies. I got a chance to travel to those companies and meet with their CEOs and their top executives to talk about diversity and how it was used to accomplish the missions of those various companies. Now, here's the importance of that. Here I am, an employee at Auburn University, yet on my own, I made contact with those 19 Fortune 500 companies, set up a schedule where I could travel to those and interview those different people. If I could do that back at that point, just think what I could do if I had the title President of Grambling State University. That would open up many, many doors. And here again, the doors can be opened, but it wouldn't be worthy if I don't understand the product that we're trying to sell here at Grambling State. And so I've got to get in here, I've got to understand what we do and what we do well, and I've got to package that so that when I go out to these respective supporters, then I can sell those services and those products.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairman Avier, I think that concludes the questions.
Thank you, Dr. Willett. The Board of Supervisors for the University of Louisiana System may meet in the executive session to discuss personnel matters associated with this search under the provisions of Louisiana Revised Statute 4217. While in the executive session, the board may not make any motions or take any votes. May I have a motion and a second? Mr. Murphy moves, Mr. Seconds. Erica, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Maggie Breakville,
Yes.
Mr. John Condos,
Yes.
Mr. Edward Crawford,
Yes.
Dr. Kelly Fairclough,
Yes.
Mr. David Gidry,
Yes.
Mr. Gerald Abear,
Yes.
Mr. Jimmy Morton,
Yes.
Mr. Sean Murphy,
Yes.
Mr. Carl Shetler,
Yes.
Mr. Robert Tree.
Yes.
It is unanimous.
The board will now adjourn room 122. When we reconvene, we will conduct our second interview.
He's worked for somebody else, teaming, et cetera, et cetera. Excellent.
I think the video recorded it.
He's there, he's out there. Yes, you know, you can see it.
Well, it's just really very rich, you know?
It's good. Good one. And it comes down to what is the words, just leave the words and just give It's great to have that quality.
It's like you go in and out. You say something out, they get that like it. Wow. They get up there and start touching on it, don't go out again.
Can you hear me in the back? Anybody hear me now? We're going to try to make this work one more time. Bring it down a little bit. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Bring your master down just a little bit for me. Got a little hum. 1, 2. You're overdriving just a little bit. Check, 1, 2. That's good back here.
Mr. John Condos,
Here.
Mr.
I've got to understand what we do.
Yes.
Mr. Edward Crawford,
Yes.
Dr. Kelly Fairclough, Mr. David Guidry,
Yes.
Mr. Gerald Abear,
Yes.
Mr. Jimmy Morton,
Yes.
Mr. Sean Murphy,
Yes.
Mr. Carl Shetler,
Yes.
Mr. Robert Tree.
Yes.
It is unanimous.
The board will now adjourn room 122, and we reconvene. We will conduct our second interview.
Mr. Edward Crawford, Dr. Kelly Fairclough, Mr. David Guidry,
Yes.
Mr. Gerald Abear,
Yes.
Mr. Jimmy Morton, Mr. Sean Murphy, Mr. Carl Shetler, Mr. Robert Tree.
Yes.
It is unanimous.
The board will now adjourn room 122, and we reconvene. We will conduct our second interview.
Hey, how
How you doing today? You doing? I'm so glad to see you. I'm glad you made it.
Yeah. And then when we get one, we can start getting the other.
Yeah, first one gets the ball.
Thank you.
Well, I took a lot of notes again. Amazing. I can write that fast.
That went last time than I thought it was going to go.
Yeah.
All right, let's see where we are. Let me find out.
You'd like to ask a question every time, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so do you think you want to ask a question? Because you get to ask them in private too. Just let me know if you want to use it.
I'll go private.
Okay, private. You want to ask a public question, private question?
Private. Let's move this along, Sam, because we get redundant.
Given what they've already been through and what everybody's heard and seen,
It's
I'm
kind of like
in the private thing.
you move into redundancy. Like, okay, hearing what you did here. It's fun.
It's already been exposed to the
I'm impressed.
That's because when they do the surgery, they take out the hormone in your stomach that makes you hungry. Yeah,
Can
so
they take it out? Can they do that? And leave it where you can eat a bunch?
you know, but the
Well, maybe you wouldn't.
You've had a long week, huh?
sounds silly, but
Sure, I have. It's been busy and very interesting.
Two great
I can live
candidates.
with that.
I feel like my stomach's empty.
And it is. It obviously is.
And like, it's weird to figure out what the sound is.
I'm going to turn it over. Oh, yeah.
I can't figure out what they mean. It's like,
But normally it makes you, it tells you you're hungry, you need to go eat.
yeah, but like,
But does yours even do that?
it
They
still
still
makes
make
sound,
it.
but it's not like, I don't feel hungry. My brain is like, hey, you gotta eat. Like, it's mealtime, eat. It's like, I ate 2 ounces of oatmeal last night before bed, and it was miserable.
Oh, yeah, because her little pouch is like this up there. And I'm like, it wouldn't keep me alive a day.
But it would. Like,
But I got a lot of reserve.
We have to reconvene.
Yes, you do.
See, I'm getting this right. Welcome back. The Board of Supervisors for the University of Louisiana System met in executive session. While in executive to discuss personnel matters associated with this search. While in executive session, no motions were made nor votes taken. Is there a motion to reconvene an open session? Mr. Martin moves. Mr. Shetler seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries. I'd like to now turn the meeting back over to Dr. Woodley. Dr. Woodley, please.
Thank you very much. We have now come to our final interview of the day. We're going to interview Dr. Gilbert Rashawn in just a few minutes. I think, did we do public comment before? No. So we don't have to do another public comment. Okay, I'm lost on my script. Let's go ahead now and invite Dr. Rashawn to interview. And as he's coming down, I'll spend a few minutes and talk a little bit about his credentials. Dr. Rashawn was the former president of the university. He has his PhD in urban studies from MIT, a master's in public health from Yale University, and he got a undergraduate degree here in Louisiana at Xavier. We welcome Dr. Rashawn. And we hope our mics are working better for this round. Back on the hot seat again, Dr. Rashawn. Welcome, welcome. And before you get started, would you please introduce your wife?
Sure. My wife,
Double mic.
Patricia Saul Rashawn. From Xavier University, Yale University, and
Okay, thank you. Welcome again.
Thank you.
If you'll just, as we did yesterday, I think it'd be great if you just took a few minutes and give us some opening comments about why you're interested in the presidency at Grambling, and then we'll ask a few questions.
Certainly. Okay. Well, I'm having deja vu seeing so many people here whose faces are familiar. But it's clear that to me that Grambling University is an iconic institution that deserves to be not just preserved, but to advance. And particularly in these perilous times economically, it's critical that we look at all of the potential sources of revenue. And I had the opportunity to review the last 5 years in greater detail. And even during the period when the state was most generous to the university, that was overshadowed in terms of the amount of revenue that was brought in by self-generated tuition, by federal resources, as well as by ancillary sources of support from the endowment, etc. Notwithstanding the fact that the endowment is rather meager compared to the long history of the institution and certainly the needs of students. So it would appear to me that it's crucial that we have a multifaceted approach in dealing with the sustainability of the institution. That would include, of course, some degree of monitoring our own frugality from a management perspective, but it can't stop there. I mean, there's only a certain degree to which one can tighten one's belt and still breathe. So it's crucial that we simultaneously look at a means of addressing enrollment, a means of negotiating with the legislature, with the governor's office, etc., with respect to issues involving TOPS, and there's already been some progress on that front, but also with respect to the GRAD Act, because institutions like Grambling in particular have an enviable track record with respect to taking students wherever they are and bringing them up to the level they need to be. And it's disingenuous to outsource all of that to a third-party entity to do for us without them having the track record themselves of having a graduation rate commensurate with what's needed for their own students. So we have to take some measure of lead in that. And I know that's going to take some time. So in the meantime, we need to come up with some creative solutions, such as marshaling the resources of our own education department and others within the university to create programs to prepare students intensively to take the ACT, both on campus in the summertime, as well as out in the community at various high schools, et cetera, that are targeted, so that we can bring students up to the level that they need to be while we're simultaneously negotiating on coming up with more reasonable standards. Apart from that, there's, of course, the other sources of revenue. Grambling has a lot of untapped potential with respect to research, and I have seen this. I've seen the possibility of injecting the kinds of resources needed in order to propel faculty and students into integrated within the curriculum, so that they can move progressively toward coming to. It's not overnight. I'm sure we will not overnight achieve what we've been able to through the last 3 years of my prior presidency in ranking #1 in the nation among 303 baccalaureate colleges in America in research expenditures. However, I have seen from my experience as Associate Vice President of Collaborative Research and Review that one can partner with other institutions as a major research entity, and we can develop similar kinds of relationships in order to jumpstart that process. The other, of course, is a need for a major capital campaign that can address the endowment, that can address faculty development, staff development, scholarships for students, issues like deferred maintenance, to the point where, not to mention the fact that the kind of contribution, the synergistic relationship between the surrounding region and the university, because if we've got a surrounding region that is economically viable and sustainable, that produces jobs, that attracts people, we will be able to more easily attract students and faculty and allow Grambling to aspire to the greatness that its history so warrants and so dictates.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And you have such amazing credentials, in your past experiences. Very impressed with the work that you've done at all of the other institutions. Help the board understand how you will be able to prioritize that work at Grambling, where it's not a major research institution, but has lots of needs to shore up basics in the programs, in the undergraduate programs, and some of the other challenges that they have. So, you have a lot of experience, and you talk a lot about research, and that is really important. How is it that you'll be able to come to Grambling with maybe a different priority than some of your other opportunities?
Well, I think at each institution, one can't come in arrogantly and assume omnisciently that you know everything about it. You really have to get input from all of the key stakeholders. And in the process of doing that, you begin to imbibe the ethos of the institution, know where it is, and just like we take students from wherever they are and bring them up, you move into an institution, identify its strengths, and move from there. But I was at Dillard University for 18 years, which was strictly undergraduate. We had no graduate programs whatsoever. We had very minimal research. However, we were able to bring in some major research. We brought in a real-time satellite remote sensing ground station facility. We developed partnerships with Columbia University, with New School of Social Research at State University of New York and Stony Brook, and we were able to take our small HBCU students with no graduate school and very little research. We were able to prepare them to move directly into master's programs at Columbia University after their junior year. And that was so successful, we were asked to replicate it at the school in Stony Brook. So I know that it's possible to make that kind of a transition, particularly at places where the endowment is not that strong. With that 47% administrative overhead that is unrestricted coming from research, that can be plowed in so that we're not as dependent. I'm not talking about losing the state funds. We have to continue it. Not as dependent upon the vicissitudes of state funding. And we're not as dependent upon tuition, although we will continue to aggressively seek to expand the loan.
Fantastic. Dr. Kelly Faircloth.
Yes. We've heard a lot about how you feel about academics and enrollment, and obviously you have a great background with that. How do you see athletics, since Grambling has a huge athletic history here, and even other extracurricular like the band, where do you see that fitting in with the budget constraints for the university?
I am absolutely convinced that we need to be about the business of educating the whole person. And I think the Rhodes Scholarship model says it best, mens sana in corpore sano, a healthy mind and a healthy body. And it's important to have a full cultural perspective. Granted, in my later years, I moved more high-tech, but my undergraduate degree is in English literature, and then studied philosophy, and sang with the Yale Russian chorus. So I have a deep appreciation for it. Plus, at each of the schools I've been, I have seen how strong athletics plays a critical role in how the arts and social sciences play a critical role in allowing for, particularly for interdisciplinary research, and also for providing students with the kind of joie de vivre that allows them to move within a global economy. So it's certainly at Purdue, I was definitely a Boilermaker. And at Tuskegee, as well as at Grambling, I'll continue to be a tiger.
Great answer. David Guidry.
Dr. Rochon, welcome. You've spent the past few days visiting with the university and the community stakeholders. In reflection of those discussions, pardon me?
Yeah, lean into the mic. There you go.
In reflection of those discussions, what are your takeaways as to what the community, the students, those stakeholders feel are the key issues and your approach to those key issues?
Yeah, I certainly got quite a bit of feedback. And I can say unequivocally that the Grambling community is not shy with respect to articulating issues and concerns. And Actually, I have not found very much in the way of conflict thus far, because everybody from each of their perspectives is pushing for the same thing, namely for the greatness of the institution. I found very little in the way of partisan concern. It's all about the students want a better university, the faculty want a better university, and so do the staff and alumni. And they want to protect its integrity. There is uniform concern about the threat of the budget issue and the historic budget cuts that have occurred. There is a uniform concern with respect to the ability of the university to be creative and to adapt to this new environment. And whenever possible, when we discuss some of the ideas for coming together as a community and doing what needs to be done, I find some comfort. I find comfort in the fact that the community here is interested in pulling together and interested in moving ahead in some crucial ways. This board has a tremendous amount of responsibility, more than most boards I've encountered, quite frankly. You know, where you've got a board of trustees that simply deals with ex-institution, but in this case, even among the respective boards within the state of Louisiana, you've got a hefty number of institutions to deal with, and it's a heterogeneous group of institutions that I know from experience serving on the President's Council at the University of New Orleans. Notwithstanding that, one of the advantages is that clearly the board recognizes that because of the specificity and uniqueness of each of the institutions under your jurisdiction, that there needs to be some flexibility for those institutions to live up to their charter, to their history and culture, and to move forward. I'm not sure I answered all of your question.
You heard them, and that was the key piece.
I'll give you an A+. Robert Shreve.
Given your all of your past experience, et cetera, is there any one or two areas of expertise, exploring wise, that you would bring in to this university that's kind of hot subject matters out there within the SBUs? As an example, the president and his council gave $25 million to 13 SBU universities. Okay, you think, why not Grambling? Why not Southern Point? In Louisiana, none of us received any of that money. What do you feel of any expertise that you have in your past background that would qualify you selling this university towards getting some of that money?
Well, I had the privilege of being very close to the capital campaign at Purdue University when Martin Jischke was president. And that started off at $1.2 billion. They raised so much before the campaign was over, they raised it to 1.5, they ended up getting 1.7. The key thing really was in identifying areas that are marketable to the community as a whole, and areas where there's great interest and potential for expansion. The other is in developing partnerships. Some of the kinds of partnerships that I saw that I felt were most helpful was developed a relationship with Eli and Lilly Foundation, which established a manufacturing facility on campus, robotic manufacturing facility, state-of-the-art, for legacy pharmaceuticals that no longer had a commercial value to the company, but were desperately needed out in areas where there was widespread need, such as in South Africa, China, and in Russia for multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. And in the United States, to a smaller extent, among certain immigrant groups. So the drugs still needed to be produced. By putting it there, it brought together pharmacy students, business supply chain management students, engineering students, and to work together in interdisciplinary teams to develop the resources there. We were able to do something somewhat similar when I was president of Tuskegee by developing a partnership with U.S. Department of Agriculture, Walmart, and Whole Foods to set up a food processing plant, food processing, packaging, and labeling plant for small farmers in Selma, Alabama, that allowed farmers to bypass the middleman and sell directly to the wholesaler. Walmart and Whole Foods drove their trucks up to the loading dock and were able to take the product out. They got a much higher return on investment. They had guaranteed sales at a guaranteed price throughout the selling season, and they were guaranteed 100% of their produce would be sold. So it was a great project that involved multiple, multi-dimension, interdisciplinary input. And I think that being able to pull together those kinds of projects with multiple players makes sense. I just recently, which is one reason why I'm immediately available, is because I just turned in the final report to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, for the project that we had to develop real-time satellite remote sensing ground stations at partner universities in Morocco for early warning of disasters. And that, including epidemics, forest fires, floods, hurricanes, storms, drought, so that, in order to pull that off, we initially had to get partners from Egypt, partners from major institutions in Turkey, and currently in Morocco, where the ground stations are already set up, as well as with Purdue. So it's a question of identifying who represents state-of-the-art, moving together. I'll finish very quickly on that. I inherited another crisis, which was an occupational therapy program that was on probation. We had 100% pass rate on the NCLEX nursing exam for the whole 3 years I was there, but we wanted to keep that up. So we identified the top program for producing, preparing students for the U.S. medical license exam, USMLE, at Urbana-Champaign. And we brought the whole senior class of those two departments, plus their faculty, to Urbana-Champaign and paid for them to stay and go into an intensive training program so that we maintained the nursing standard and dramatically upgraded the OT standard. And I think that we could do something similar for preparing students here for LSAT, those who want to go to law school, for the MCAT in preparation for medical school, and an outreach basis for students preparing for the ACT so we can meet these requirements imposed by the state while we're simultaneously trying to solve them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm hearing from my colleagues that we have one final question. John Condos.
Doctor, obviously in your professional career, you have faced many challenges. Please share with us what you think the largest challenge has been, and also share with us how you responded to that.
Right, I haven't had a chance to answer that question yet. I was at a meeting, an evening meeting with structural engineers at Tuskegee University, who informed me that our iconic building on campus with a big dome designed by Robert R. Taylor, the first black graduate of MIT, for Booker T. Washington, that the roof was in imminent danger of collapse. And I had these consultants there who said, oh, but don't worry, because there was steel beams put by the kitchen, so you can still cook the food there in the student union. This is a 92,000 square foot building, and you can move the students downstairs to the ballroom directly into the kitchen so they would be protected. And I said, now, you know, I came here from the Environmental Protection Agency.
Good idea,
And there is no way that the yellow police tape around that building, and I informed them that the students are eating now, that will be the last supper. And we relocated them to the Kellogg Hotel and for dining. Worked that out, a very complicated process, but that could only be temporary because we would then eat into the profits of the hotel, which the university and convention center that the university owned and managed. So we were subsequently able to negotiate with the city of Tuskegee and the Board of Education to open up the Lewis Adams Elementary School cafeteria, which was not in use. Oddly enough, named after the person who raised the first $2,000 to hire Booker T. Washington, and his son-in-law is the founder, of course, of Grambling. Okay, But that was, so we had students bust off campus to eat at that, and then bust food in, and renovated another area, another building, and got that renovated. In the meantime, we raised the funds to totally renovate that 92,000 square foot building so that it was ready for the next academic year for full operation. And that was all simultaneous with lightning striking one of the dormitories that we had just fully renovated and destroying it while I was sitting at the new orientation for presidents at Harvard. And so we had to quickly then simultaneously locate a local female-headed minority construction firm through competitive bidding, got them in, they finished that project 3 weeks before school was supposed to start, on time, on budget. So I realized that one needed to be multitasking in dealing with crisis situations on the campus, and sometimes they have nothing to do with the quality of the instruction or accreditation issues, but they have to do with physical plant. So it was an eye-opener to me that deferred maintenance is not a viable long-term strategy and has to be incorporated within the future budget plans.
Thank you.
Wonderful. I'm hearing that that's all the questions, Chairman Napier.
Thank you, Dr. Willett. At this time, once again, the Board of Supervisors for the University of Louisiana System may meet in executive session to discuss personnel matters associated with this search under the provisions of Louisiana Statute 4217. While in executive session, the board may not make any motions or take any votes. May I have a motion and a second to go in executive session? Mr. Crawford moves, Mr. Kondo seconds. Erica, would you please conduct a roll call vote?
Miss Maggie Brakefield?
Yes.
Mr. John Condos?
Yes.
Mr. Edward Crawford?
Yes.
Dr. Kelly Faircloth?
Yes.
Mr. David Guidry?
Yes.
Mr. Gerald Abear?
Yes.
Mr. Jimmy Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Sean Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Carl Shetler?
Yes.
Mr. Robert Tree?
Yes.
It is unanimous.
Thank you. The board will now adjourn to room 122.
No, 122. Yes. The lunches are set up in 2:30.
She's up there in that group of people by the red shirt. Okay. She's up there in
Mr. Don Condos,
Here.
Mr. Edward Crawford,
Here.
Ms. Pamela Egan, Dr. Kelly Fairclough,
Good morning.
Mr. David Guidry,
Here.
Mr. Gerald Abear,
Here.
Mr. John Latord,
2. Check, 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 check. 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. You got it. Bring your bass down a little bit. Check, 1, 2. Take some of the lows out. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Bring a little more of your lows down and boost the highs just a little bit. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Stephanie. Check, 1, 2. Still sounds just a little bit muddy, Craig. You can bring the lows down some. Bring your lows down. Bring them down. Check, 1, 2. Push your highs just a little bit. Push the highs just a little bit. Push the highs. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Take a little more mid-range out of it. Check, 1, 2. More clear? Thank you.
Hello? Can you all hear me? All right, well, let them get the mic on. Am I on now?
Okay.
Is that one on? Testing, testing, testing? Can everyone hear me now? Well, we're still working. And I think that the issue is that the candidates are both so strong. And there's just such a deep sense of commitment for both of these candidates, and we don't have a decision yet. So you kind of feel like you're in a hung jury, but in a good way because of the quality of both of the candidates. So I just want you to know that the committee took a break. They're going to go back and deliberate some more. They're likely to spend a little bit more time with each of the candidates getting some additional questions answered to try to get to a final decision. That we have 10 members on the board here, and it takes 9 of those to agree on a candidate in order to actually get a president today. So we haven't yet got to 9 votes for a single person because there's strong sentiments for both candidates, and I think that's a good thing. Although I'm sure you're exhausted, we're exhausted too. But I just wanted to keep you updated and to let you know it's going to take a little bit more time before the board can reach a decision on the candidates. So thank you. I don't know how much time.
Testing 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Check, check. Should we grab this one?
Test 1, 2.
Check, check, mic check.
Thank you.
Seriously.
The governor does him point, doesn't he?
Hang on a second. Put the rambling pin on here.
It's all about the
You want to wait?
We started at 1:30.
Show me 2 or 3 always, 1 minute. So I'll never forget that. Because you learn through the difference. That so long as everybody's going in that room far. So that's it. That's it. But you know what else it does? Put a focus towards the image you were talking about too. At the school. No mistake. Carla, Dr. Next time, don't take so long this time, please. Speed the thing up a little bit faster next time. I think it's the attorney's fault. It's a good meeting. Great.
Motion is second here. And that's all. This is the motion.
Not too much.
Wait a minute, you're going to, that's good, you're going to get this. You got to get this calm down. You did got this. I got to move on with that. It's on. Vote, ready, come, this is what.
It's okay, my sister
From here, I gotta go here, right? They come, I need a motion in a second.
I know, my sister is 4 years, or 5 years old grade older than me, and I was a junior when she graduated.
What's responsible for
Yeah, that's how I was. I was a junior by the sectional sophomore year.
Yep, pretty sad.
But they got taxed.
That's a great meeting. Yeah, that was a great meeting. That was a great meeting. Seriously, think about it.
How we would have viewed the revolution. Sometimes, from a safe distance, you can see a lot of kind of crazy people. So right here, it's calling everybody out. It looks easier. That's Maggie. She's going to read it. I'm going to ask Maggie. We have to have, we both
Every day,
reconvene.
5 days a week.
Let me ask, look, I'm going to read the introduction to the term. Is there a motion to reconvene open session? May I have a vote? So-and-so moves, seconds. And are there any comments from the board? Now, there's a motion, may I have a vote of Ms. Maggie?
We have our motion.
She's going to read it, and I'll say, thank you, Maggie, may I have a second? And I believe the family president, congratulations, when he walks in, I'll sit there.
Because he's outside his door.
Yeah. Where? Right here. Yeah, it was that's after it's read.
No, she doesn't. All right, that's fine. Yes, thank you so much.
Can you imagine what it would look like in the Babylon? Get there. The CNN there, making the sun. The 3D breakout. Yeah. Oh, by the way, 10,000 men who ran up this hill, 800 teachers.
Second the next.
Was that embedded One of the funniest comments I heard about it was that they some of the news people ganked them out because they were looking to form sympathy with the soldiers on our side. You think that's a little bit they're supposed to be even in battle, even well, this side said this side said that. You have to have so you can call for right back. Most wars are all that. You get shot at, you shoot back. The benefits of this are recent calls, you can see recent Five, 6, 9, 2805.
Get switched over if you're not there. It's not, if you're not there, it's just gonna be there the next day.
So did you ask me who works with you, who did it this week?
No, and if, yeah, if you're not there, then.
Hello?
Yeah. Yeah.
And look, you always, there's an old saying, you're always, you learn your lessons, you always experience. The trouble is, that doesn't help you sometimes.
Not
When
bad.
they do experience.
Not a bad
Never
thing.
had a bad.
No.
But you know, it's funny too, because if you watch what's I know that. It's vice versa. Creep over here a little bit. If anybody yells, back up a little, but not much. And then everybody forgets about it. And here it comes again. And that's what Hitler did on a more broad scale. But democracies have all their own affairs.
Hey, I used to work Saturday morning.
You have to go to class.
Yeah. And then I started working half down Saturday, I started working until it ended, and then I'm like, and then your kids start playing sports and stuff like that. But yes, it did the East thing.
I think that's something we learn. Yeah. They've been fighting each other. Oh.
That's impressive.
Unbelievable. They've been getting brutalized by the guy in power, and then they pull back against him.
I wish I was over there.
I think in that respect,
I know it's actually 3 times on her,
he's got to keep all of it.
That's what I'm
Hey, our
saying.
job is to make our students better than what we.
My mom tells me all the time, look at my dress. I get real upset when I get a picture of she and my mom's like, don't look at mine.
That's how my daughter did that information that she made is not already here.
Well, quite the contrary, they have actual active propaganda.
Also being involved.
The
Well, I could honestly say, you can look at my transcript, or I can look at my transcript and tell you what goes on in my life. Just because I've been so involved. Because I used to work with the football team as an athletic trainer for 2 years. Spent a year in athletic promotion, and I was SGA vice president.
Okay, now, that's totally
I don't know her name. Her name's Carol doesn't really ring a bell.
They then later
I'm not sure. But I did that for my freshman and sophomore year, and then my junior year I did marketing, sports marketing with athletics. And then I was SGA vice president, and I was SGA president, and I did regions, and I was
all evidence of Holocaust would have been this matter. Just imagine that. I guess they just wandered off in the woods, but they were actively dismantling the apparatus that they used to sleep at home.
We got
Well, some of the world knows it. Some of them actually doesn't have it. Ninth president? Yeah, you can't vote. Yeah, you can't vote. 2 million dead? You also keep making 18-year-olds. Yes, that's about this stuff. You give me bad vibes, bro. Well, and if you think, and if that elementary, what was it, I think a third of the population of Europe died during the Black Plague. That's one place that we got a lot better. Yeah, we don't even know right now.
All right. Are we ready to go? Bo's not here. Where's Bo? Bo's okay?
Convert to what? Just tell me what. How do I answer the question?
Be still, bro. You get your job, I'm gonna send you a philosophy check. I'm gonna get you a.
Hey, Carl.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
I'm gonna double your
And
salary.
after you tell them, kill you.
Yeah, I don't think nothing.
They kill you.
Well, I don't either. We're gonna double it, right, Sam?
Which way do you do it?
Yeah.
Heads on win, tails on win. What's a good thing, they stopped talking when they did, but look at my notes, I ran out, I had that much room left.
That's why I started. Let's keep this short.
Yeah, we know that too, Brad. We know you know how to do it.
Make him buy or something.
We're gonna put him under oath. What's the traffic?
Let me tell you. Welcome back. The Board of Supervisors for the University of Louisiana system met in executive session to discuss personnel matters associated with this search. While in executive session, no motions were made nor votes taken. Is there a motion to reconvene in open session? Mr. Condos moves. Mr. Shetler seconds. May I have, and all in favor say aye?
Aye.
And I'll, not yet. Hang on. At this time, Miss Maggie Brakefield makes a motion. Maggie, go ahead and, let me say one thing before you do that. Look, this task it wasn't a tedious task. It was a very involved task. This board and our president and the staff, as well as the Grambling Nation, we took upon us a very serious task at a very trying time. We're not concerned about what the legislature is going to do, because we're going to support Grambling heretofore into the future. We're going to support Grambling heretofore in the future. I don't go to the legislature, guys, because I can't keep my big mouth shut, and they don't want to hear what I got to tell them, okay? Because this institution is going to survive in spite of it. And as a board, we've come together to make sure that the sustenance and future of this institution, this day forward, will be maintained. I love the young folks, I'm going to tell you. You guys are great. And today, you too, Mr. Vice Chairman and Dr. Woodley. I like the young folks because I got old too fast. I'm going to tell you, I love living. And when I look at you guys and I talk to you guys and coalesce with you guys, I mean, I went back to school at 59 years old. I just finishing a master, you know. Sitting in class with these young people, I know some of the things I hear. I never deter from a debate, as everyone knows, but I ensure that our young people, like the ones sitting in front of me here, our future, we do have a bright future with you guys. You're going to figure out the problems and keep this country on the right track. I really believe that. And I often tell the adults my age, the old folks, that don't worry about our youth. Keep supporting them, and they'll return something to you in the future. So what we did today, we in lieu of this, I don't want to call it tedious. It was a long task. We stayed in that room for a reason, because Grambling means something to us. We know it means something to you, but it really means something to us. And we've come up with a solution. So at this time, I'd like to have our student representative make the motion and read the motion, please.
I move that we appoint Dr. Willie Larkin, President of Grambling State University, effective July 1, 2015, and authorize UL System President Sandra Woodley and Board Chair E. Gerald Abair to negotiate the terms of appointment and execute an offer of employment on behalf of the board.
May I have a second, please?
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Robert Shreve seconds. Erica, may I have a roll call vote on that motion, please?
Yes, Ms. Maggie Brakebill?
Yes.
Mr. John Condos?
Yes.
Mr. Edward Crawford?
Yes.
Dr. Kelly Fairclough?
Yes.
Mr. David Guidry?
Yes.
Mr. Gerald Abair?
Yes.
Mr. Jimmy Martin?
Yes.
Mr. Sean Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Carl Shetler?
Yes.
Mr. Robert Shreve?
Yes.
It is unanimous.
Thank you very much, Erica. I believe the new Grambling president will be here in just a few minutes. He's being escorted in by our search consultant.
Thank you so much. I'll be talking to you. Yeah. Hey, all right. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I have lost 20 pounds back there.
Dr. Larkin, congratulations.
We gained 20 pounds back
Oh, wow.
Dr. Larkin, you have been selected to be the 9th permanent president of Grambling State University. As a board and the governance system, we look forward to you beginning your tenure as president. Would you like to address the board at this time? And your Grambling Nation, and your children.
That's a lot. First of all, I would like to thank those 3 persons who nominated me for this position. I'd certainly like to thank this board for making this decision, and I want to thank Sandra Woodley for her role in this. This has been a grueling process, but it's been energizing, and I understand that you had to get this right, and so that's why you took as much time as you did. I am delighted. I've been working for this for my entire life, and over the years, I have a number of people. I think my mom and dad, although they are not living anymore, they would be extremely proud, and they may have even had something to do with this. I don't know.
Thank you, Dr. Larkin. At this time, is there any other business to come before this board? Hearing none, once again, thank you, Dr. Woodley, our president, for their very diligent work. And congratulations, Dr. Larkin. I want to thank the Grambling Nation for the sophistication and the amelioration you showed at the best presidential search that I've ever been involved in. I'm coming back for a football game. I want you to know, I want you to know that, Doc. This year, my wife... Are there any closing comments from the board?
Just one comment. We're about to hit 5 o'clock news, and so if you'll be respectful of Dr. Larkin's time to spend a little bit of time with the press, and then he'll be around a few minutes afterwards to greet the Grambling community. So if you'll allow him to get to the press room, we can have him afterwards.
Anyone else have a comment? May I have a motion and a second to adjourn? Mr. Shetler moves.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Guidry seconds. We are adjourned.
Dr. Larkin.
Am I? Okay.
Check.
I'm proud of you, my friend.
Dr. Larkin.
Good to meet you.
Yes, indeed. Be careful. Okay, take care.
Thank you.
Oh, Lord.
Good seeing you.
Yeah, you're right. I ain't taking no